All right, sorry about that. Okay, this hybrid meeting, the city council members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube live Spanish translations. Services are provided tonight, city council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 asterisk.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 estrella.
Thank you. All votes tonight, the agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. I will now call the regular meeting to order, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Mayor Douglas?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Present.
Councilmember Madera?
Here.
Councilmember Teeter?
Present.
Councilmember Chacon?
Present.
Councilmember Kim?
Here.
Councilmember Dukes?
Here.
Councilmember Ford? Here. Councilmember Douglas?
Present.
Mayor Douglas, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. All right, on to Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Okay, motion to adopt the agenda. Do any council members wish to amend the agenda? See none, I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as presented. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
All right, I have first and a second to adopt the agenda as presented. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that passed unanimously. 9. Okay, on to public comments. Public comments, except for those public hearings, will occur now. If you are intending to comment about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comments for that particular item is heard. Public comment shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Persons registered to speak for multiple times may speak multiple times. Will the city clerk call on any virtual or in-person speakers?
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our first virtual speaker tonight is Roy Drake. Roy, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom, Roy Drake. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Roy in the meeting. We will now go to our in-person speakers tonight. Our first in-person speaker for tonight's meeting is going to be Carl Zimmerman. Carl, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Matt, you're welcome to ask me for it. I've read this through. It takes me about 4.5 minutes to read it. So either grant me some extra time or ask me for the PDF. I'll try to take some stuff out. So I'm a member of the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Advisory Committee. The evening of October 14th, council approved a motion to have city staff investigate allowing private golf carts on the Buffalo Run Golf Course. The following morning at 9:04, I sent an email to all council members, all members of Parks, Recreation, and Golf Advisory Committee, and some members of city staff, indicating that the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Advisory Committee had already made that same request. Before I continue, let me give you some background. In early May, I requested through Jordan Roberts a meeting with the city manager to discuss some wording in the city code. Jordan set up a meeting with me, Chad, and Kathy, director and deputy director of Parks, Recreation, and Golf, in lieu of that meeting with the city manager. I was asked to follow procedure and take my concerns to the Park, Recreation, and Golf Advisory Committee. My concern was that a handful of personalized vehicles had already been in use at the golf course for over 18 months and that city code already allowed private golf carts within 1 mile of the golf course. So why did the pro shop print out a policy disallowing private motorized vehicles in April of this year, 2024? At the May Parks, Recreation, and Golf Advisory Committee meeting, a motion passed, and I quote from the minutes, quote, for Parks, Recreation, and Golf staff to seek legal interpretation on use of private golf carts and low-speed vehicles at the Buffalo Run Golf Course, end quote. In the July meeting, so the next meeting, Kathy told us, and I quote from the July meetings, that the city attorney has advised that PRG staff should develop a policy draft to clarify and outline the points in question around personal golf cart usage and other related items, end quote. At the September PRG Advisory Committee meeting, the golf course manager, Paul H., made a short presentation followed by a truncated question and answer session. About a week later, September 26th, I emailed Chad and Maria Jepson, who writes up our minutes, asking the following. Hello, please be sure to include that I said that our charter gives us the right to create working groups and that I asked the group to consider creating that working group to further investigate options before the motion to accept the policy to ban private golf carts was made. If you do not agree with my recollection of what I said or asked, please let me know what steps need to be taken to further clear this up. Thanks, Carl. That brings me back to the email I sent to all of you the morning of October 15th. I want all of you to note that I sent that email out the morning before we had our Parks, Recreation, and Golf Advisory Committee meeting. That October PRG Advisory Committee meeting in that evening, the September minutes were approved after a lengthy, heated discussion. I did not vote to approve those minutes. I would quote what was said in the minutes, but you can read them or you can ask me for the PDF and I'll tell you exactly what's quoted in the minutes. So finally, that comes to my ask of you. Please review my October 15th email and please respond all with your questions, concerns, thoughts before city staff makes their presentation to you so that we can record those emails as part of the public meeting that came as a result of Councilwoman Noble's motion to have staff investigate this issue. Hubris aside, I believe there are some valid questions in there and the public has a right to those answers. If a majority of you agree that the upcoming staff presentation lacks information that the public is entitled to,
I'll let you wrap it up. Go ahead.
I ask you to task the PRG Advisory Committee with the creation of a working group to draft a policy to more thoroughly investigate staff's concerns. In that plan, staff would still be tasked with reviewing drafts before a final draft reaches council for adoption. This limits staff's workload and makes committee members feel like they're meaningfully contributing to a quality community for a lifetime. That brings me up another issue, which is some staff have indicated to me that email exchanges about public policy are not allowed because email exchanges between 3 or more constitute a meeting which must be announced to the public or open to the public. From the Colorado Open Meetings Law, basically says, it is declared to be a matter of statewide concern that the policy of this state that the formation of public policy is public business and may not be conducted in secret. That does not mean that we cannot discuss policy over email. It just means that those emails need to be part of the public record. I would hope that one of you asks Lee for an interpretation, if my interpretation is correct. I'm going to hand this to Lee, and if any of you want a copy of the PDF, you all have my email address, let me know. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our next in-person speaker is Jackie Valdez. Jackie, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, council.
Evening.
City management. I'm not going to take up a lot of your time tonight. Do have a couple of things that I would like to say. On the last meeting that we were here, I wasn't agreeable to the tax increase for the schools, for the teachers. I'm still not 100% on board about that, mainly because we've had so many problems with the teachers and teaching our children. When your child is being sent home and telling you to tell your parents to help you that they have told them once how to do it or to Google, poses a problem. So, but I know that the board is all on this, so I guess it really doesn't matter what the community thinks. It is what it is. One other thing I'd like to bring to the agenda, besides the fact that the police department has made sure that we do have the little carts there that says no commercial vehicles in the area. Well, thank you very much, police department, but unfortunately, it's not working. So, and I will address with Jason about the little thing that I ran off and forgot it, Rita. So, another thing is the housing authority. They totally, with the landing and with a few other places, are totally abusing the people that are in those facilities. Over the weekend, my son-in-law was ill with his heart. So Friday, he did not even go to work. He didn't do anything, and came out and found a boot on his car. He accidentally forgot to put the sticker, the handicap sticker, right on the mirror, but it was on the visor and it was visual from the visor because they leave it just like right at the edge. So it was visual. So whoever came out and done it didn't even bother to look up to see that the handicap sticker was there. So again, another fee, being double charged with a rent hike twice a year is just a bit ridiculous. And another thing, with this new apartment complexes that we've had built, I don't know if any of you have bothered to drive by and see, but the parking over there is just enormous. I had to go over to the DMV, and you literally have to park down the street. So, these are some of the things that we need to address on how this is going to get handled.
Just go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you.
So, but that's just about it. That's all I had to say tonight.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Valdez.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next in-person speaker is going to be Burke Scott Bew.
Good evening, council members. Over the course of the last several months, I've spoken at public comment and spoken with you at some of the town halls that you've had regarding my concerns with regard to affordable housing and the Housing Authority. I just wanted to let you know that I have made the personal decision, difficult but necessary decision, as a lifetime resident of Commerce City, to move out of the city. November 30th will be my last day as a Commerce City resident. I move December 1st. You need affordable housing in Commerce City. It isn't there, and the Housing Authority doesn't seem to have a priority on establishing it. And that's basically just what I wanted to say before I head on out. I've been a lifetime resident. I'm a member of a church in Commerce City, will continue to be active there. I paid for 12 months on my Commerce City Rec Center card, so I'm gonna sneak in until it's not good anymore. I hope that's okay. I'm moving to Denver. I've worked in Denver most of my career before I retired. I'm actually a native Denverite. I was born at a hospital in Denver, and my parents took me home to their brand new house in Commerce City in 1959 on DeMott Avenue. It was actually called Derby on my birth certificate. So this is difficult, but it's necessary. And again, Commerce City needs affordable housing. It's not there, and I've had concerns about the Housing Authority and what I see to be a very indifferent attitude coming from that agency. I haven't kept track with what's happened to their attempts to spin free and be an independent, autonomous entity. I don't know what's happening with that. It doesn't matter. I also wanted to point out one thing to this council as elected officials. I don't know if you saw it in the news. The state Supreme Court recently issued a ruling, surprisingly, on behalf of renters' rights, that renters do have a right to a jury trial in an eviction case. Not all evictions, there has to be what's called contractual dispute, which means one party interprets the lease one way, the other party interprets the lease the other way. If somebody just hasn't been paying their rent, that's not a contractual dispute. But if there is a contractual dispute, the renter can ask for a jury trial. And I think that that's a tremendous thing to have happened. Was not sure that you were aware of that. I hope you are now, because I just told you, and I wish you well in trying to find affordable housing in Commerce City. You need it. It's not there. Good luck.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming and let us know that. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our last in-person speaker tonight is going to be Keith Rogers. Keith, if you can approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, council. I'm not going to take a whole bunch of your time tonight. I'm still disgusted on the way things are going. We've got no police patrol. We've got semis running down through our neighborhood, even though you put up new signs. They aren't doing a bit of good. No cops to show them, or stop them, give them a ticket. They're overweight. That's one ticket. They're in a residential area. That's a second ticket. You know, we need to start upping the charges when they do, if they ever do their job. As far as the city doing their job, the pile of debris from the street drains is still at the corner of Albion and 68th. It was never cleaned up. We need feedback. We need people to let us know what's going on, besides absolutely nothing. You're spending all kinds of ungodly money at a damn golf course that should have been fixing our roads. Apartments built where they shouldn't have been for the mere fact of parking and the pollution in the area. You're still trying to annex people. You don't have the coverage. The city's not doing what they need to do with what they've got. We need to step up and start doing our jobs. So if you guys don't want to do your job, step out, let somebody else in. Because this city's going to hell. We've got street racers going all freaking weekend long. Of course, the police department don't care, they're not around. They never come to my area. We need to start doing something. Because I will start blocking off roads and I will start putting out spike strips. I'm tired of it. We got to get off our dead butts and we need to get something done. And we need the feedback. That's all I'm going to say today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rogers. Hold on one second. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I just have questions for Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, this falls, all of these items that have been mentioned fall under operations. Can you give us an update as to what is happening, especially since you held a town hall down in that area on that particular, and I'm sure this topic was raised, these topics were raised?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it. What I'm about to share with you is some high-level data and information that we've pulled. We have had enforcement in that area, so I would like to counter the comments that were just received and made by the gentleman at the dais. I would also like to share that we are taking efforts to once again stand up a motor vehicle unit, which is required to be able to do the inspections and to be able to cite. We cannot do that currently independently, given that we have not received certification. So those are still done in partnership, and we have to do 32 of those through March of next year. And that was also communicated to those who were in participation at the town hall meeting, that the area in question would more than likely be one of our targeted areas as we go through that inspection area. At the same time, I would say, as we continue to try to think about some short-term solutions, and I was going to raise this during my report outs, but we are here now, that with PD, we are going to be adding 3 automobile license plate readers, 1 pan tilt zoom, and various antennae for gunshots to cover a quarter square mile area within the Adams Heights community. That's going to be an immediate step once we receive the grant funding from the federal government that will allow for us to be able to install that. Once again, the pan, tilt, zoom, the automated license plate reader will also be able to help us when we receive calls. When we talk about response times, generally speaking, and we're continuing to drill down in other priority areas, we have 4 areas of priority calls. Priority 1, priority 2, 3, and 9. Priority 1 and priority 2 are our highest calls. Priority 3 and priority 9 are obviously our lower calls that we respond to, which have a greater period of response time. But for instance, response times citywide for priority 1 are an average of 13 minutes. Response times in Adams Heights are 10 minutes for priority 1s. We continue to data mine. We want to see what that looks like across the other priority call zones citywide. We have a general estimate of what that looks like in Adams Heights, but just for priority 1, we are more responsive to that area than we are citywide. Last year, from October 1st to, October through last year through October of this year, we had 790 calls for service within Adams Heights. The top 5 calls for service were animal complaints, phone messages for officers at 66, so animal complaints at 70, phone messages for officers at 66, traffic complaints of all type at 47, suspicious incidents at 45, and requests for information at 45. So it is not as though we are not responsive to Adams Heights, as we are obviously showing data, and this is data that we have mined from our automated dispatch, as well as our ODCOM system, which is a TriTech system. So we rely on that data coming from the county for us to be able to provide out. So I'd like to think that we are doing our part as best as we can and continually trying to address these issues that we've heard and that have been raised. You may also be aware that we did a speed study along 68th in Colorado, in which for both posted speed limits, what we tracked across a week-and-a-half period was below the actually posted speed. And that information was shared with you all as council. So once again, I'm not dispelling what the gentleman is saying, but I am also sharing that we do have data out there to show that we are being cognizant and also trying to do our part and aware of the concerns and looking into how we can address that, but also understanding the data that's also driving some of these concerns and issues that we are trying to respond to.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for coming forward again, Mr. Rogers, and let's continue to try to come up with solutions for these problems that you have here. I also wanted to tell Mr. It's Bo, right? Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that you're leaving, and you're a resident at Conter Estate. Is that correct? And I believe someone shared your phone number with me. If you wouldn't mind, I'd really like to talk to you to find out just exactly what happened and why you feel the need to. All right, okay, great, thank you. And I just wanted your permission to contact you. So thank you for coming to the safety meeting, Keith, and let's continue to work together to resolve the problems that you're facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Appreciate it. City Clerk Dillon, is that it?
That concludes our public comment this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Well, thank you. All right, public comments. Sorry. Members of the public were able to submit written comments on deadline, by deadline, or by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline and they weren't not incorporated. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. All right, on to notice of council business, sparkling kindness donation requests. Invite Councilmember Kim to make the introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. So Sparkling Kindness is a nonprofit organization that resides in our community and have been making a significant impact by providing hygiene kits to families in need within Brighton 27J, Adams 14, and other entities within Commerce City. These kits offer not just essential items, but a glimmer of hope to those who are struggling. I had the honor and privilege of speaking with the founder, Miss Angie Bogardus, and her passion for helping others is truly inspiring. Sparkling Kindness operates entirely on a volunteer basis, which means that every dollar donated goes directly to purchasing the necessary items for these hygiene kits for approximately $5.37 or $11.22 for a feminine hygiene kit that supports both dignity and health. For those that are in the audience or even listening tonight, I would encourage you to please visit their website at sparklingkindness.org and make a donation to this outstanding organization. Tonight, my motion is to request the city to donate $1,000 to support this great cause. Looking for a second. Or actually,
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? All right. Motion on the floor is to support, okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, Sparkling Kindness is also participating in Colorado Gives Day. Colorado Gives Day is a program that matches donations until they run out of $1 million. So I would like, if we pass this, I would like to ask that the city please make the donation through the Colorado Gives Day website. And as Councilmember Kim suggested, anyone who is making a donation also use the Colorado Gives Day website so that Sparkling Kindness can actually double the donations. Those funds will run out, so the sooner you get your donation in, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor is to give a $1,000 donation to Sparkling Kindness. That's the request?
yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 9 votes unanimously. All right, on to presentations, oil and gas monthly update. Libby Tart, you're going to do the presentation? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, my name is Libby Tart, and I'm with the Energy, Equity, and the Environment Division, and we're giving our monthly oil and gas update along with a couple of ancillary announcements as well. Whoop. My apologies. Oh, okay. There are currently no oil and gas applications for the month of October, but we did want to provide an update on a environmental justice collaborative meeting that was held between Commerce City and the North Denver Environmental Justice Collaborative on October 22nd at the Eagle Point Recreation Center. At this meeting, the Department of Justice, the EPA, and the CDPHE discussed investigations into Suncor violating its water permit multiple times between the years 2020 and 2024. A few of the sightings were about oil spills into Sand Creek that needed cleanup in 2020 and 2021. And then the Suncor's facility response plan, which currently does not address key emergency response information for dealing with spills. They also need additional secondary containment in over half of their storage tank areas to prevent spills. The organizations are exploring enforcement methods and are discussing these violations with Suncor itself to ensure they create solutions to follow the federal and state water laws. The DOJ and EPA were asking the community for recommendations on enforcement actions, which is all they can do is ask for recommendations. So several members of the community did provide some helpful recommendations during that time, and more to come as we find out more about this investigation. For the environmental exceedance report, there were 3 environmental exceedances that were reported for the time period of August 15th to September 15th with Suncor. One involved a sulfur recovery unit and a breaker, something that tripped and created a need to a slight exceedance with the tail gas unit incinerator. The second exceedance was dealing with sulfate at the wastewater treatment plant, and then the third was an open-ended line that was observed at the plant and investigated for VOCs, and the VOC measured concentrations did not exceed the legal limits or a leak threshold of greater than 500 parts per million. I also wanted to, I just received an update today from our Adams County Environmental Division. They wanted to note that there are Air Quality Control Commission hearings for Suncor Plant 2 for their Title V permit. Those will be held over Zoom on 2 dates in December. The dates are December 10th from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. and December 14th from 8:30 to 10:30 a.m. There is a registration link to testify, and those will be held in both English and Spanish. Public written comments for these hearings are encouraged so that the Air Quality Control Commission can digest them. They're encouraged prior to November 26th, and comments will be accepted right up until those hearing dates, but they're just requesting, an encouraging earlier comment if you can do that. We will be providing more information about this because a lot of it is hyperlinked in the information that we received from Adams County this morning. But I just wanted to let the City Council know about that. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for the presentation,
sir.
Libby. And could you repeat those AQCC hearing dates and times, please? I got December 10th from 4:30 to 6:30, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the second one I missed.
The second one is December 14th from 8:30 to 10:30 a.m.
Thank you. I know that there haven't been any permits that have been pulled for Commerce City. However, there seems to be a lot of activity in the region, like in Brayton, which is on our borders and affects us. And I know there's potential drilling right outside of Commerce City, and some of it may come underneath and into Commerce City, especially with the new expansions that are happening. They're able to drill up to 5 miles underneath now, which, it is what it is, I guess. But is there any possibility that we could kind of track regionally what's going on?
Councilwoman Douglas, I will look into that. I actually will be on a monthly local government oil and gas commission or
Okay.
government employee meeting on Wednesday morning, and I'll ask that very
Very good.
question.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Following up on Councilmember Douglas's comment, Greg Dean is your man at Adams County. And also, it would seem to me then that there must be an opportunity for communities to register concerns in the form of a letter or an official speaker at these hearings as well with Air Quality Control Commission.
Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, that is correct. And there are actually quite a bit of comments that have already been received and are uploaded into the system. It looks like a very basic folder, but there's probably about 20 public comments that have already occurred in the system. So we would certainly, we want to provide that information so that you can hyperlink and whatever other groups want to participate and provide either public comment or speak at the hearings themselves.
Okay, so later then during administrative council business, we can take a look at that as taking a position as the city and making a statement to the Air Quality Control Commission as well. Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
Councilmember Chacon had her hands up. I'll wait, so let you go.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon?
Hello, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Member Councilmember Dukes. I was wondering if there's any way that we can meet with Suncor or take it more seriously in a way with the city to start with enforcement process. I know that the EPA has an entire community information fact sheet and about EPA's compliance evaluation inspection that they did at Suncor. And some of the things that I think we really need to open to community, because this is public record, but it's hard to get a lot of this information, is the need for secondary containment and the need to have an FRP rule, so a federal spill prevention rule, control, and countermeasure. How can we either meet with Suncor so that they can come into compliance and start actually discussing what the DOJ and EPA information found, or how can we do something at the city to start recognizing when spills start affecting Sand Creek, downstream waters, recreation, aquatic life, agriculture, and ultimately our drinking water supply? Because we know for a fact, because of their findings and what they found at the EPA, Suncor does not have a secondary containment. So I'm interested how we can learn from this, because this is exactly the data that we're needing to go forward, not only just for enforcement, but protection.
Councilwoman Chacon, that's a very good point, and much appreciated. I believe that was the primary piece from the North Denver Commerce City Collaborative, and it sounded like the entities were really looking to our nonprofits, to our residents. I think there's a couple of residents that are actually in the audience right now that were making comment. But they were really looking to incorporate some suggestions with that. But I'm also going to defer to our attorney and to our city manager for more insight about how we can create additional correspondence with Suncor.
City Attorney Zarzaki?
You know, I think the first step is exactly what the Mayor Pro Tem had actually highlighted, which is if there is formal direction from this council on to submit a formal comment in the hearing, then that would be one approach. As far as communications with Suncor, you know, I'm assuming that would be not in a legal lens, so I sort of defer to the city manager.
Thank you, City Attorney. We have, for a number of our different businesses, ongoing discussions and meetings across the various sectors. Depending upon, and once again, I think action that you take at council as it relates to conveyance of information through whether it's Suncor, whether it's a developer that we meet regularly because of the size and the nature and the impact of that development may have in the community. If there is a singular message that wants to be delivered from the council, myself or my staff that meet with their staff accordingly are willing to carry that forward and to see what that may bring as it relates to addressing the matter directly with them or in concert with other participants, whether it's the EPA or CDPHE, depending on the regulatory role. So I would say we're already engaging with Suncor. We're engaging with them at the staff level to ensure the data and the information that we're receiving and our understanding of that is accurate and is able to ensure that it can be reflected when we get these various notices. But when it comes to taking a position or communicating a position as it pertains to concerns on behalf of the city, we've not done that because we've not heard from council or been directed from council to share that directly with them. As you all know, we do a level of work with them on various sponsorships of events throughout the community, scholarships, on grant opportunities through our Parks, Rec, and Golf programming. So I don't want to say it's non-existent, but when it gets to this level of discussion, ma'am, I have to look up at the screen, my apologies. When it gets to this level of discussion, ma'am, I think that's where I would need to hear from the body about what you all would like to be conveyed as that policy leadership and policy guidance to see how and what a response may be.
Is there a way that we can work with South SWITSAC, the water district, to also just address the secondary containment, which is often made of earth barriers, concrete walls built around or above ground oil storage tanks, so we can start taking more of a proactive measure? And is there a way that we can also release this information of the Clean Water Act enforcement activity at the Suncor City Refinery that they gave the collective or the collaborative space? It is a community information sheet that I think could be helpful to also give to community members as well, so they can know what's going on in their area.
I will I will tackle the first question and work with the city attorney on attempting the second one with releasing of Clean Water Act information. But I would say, yes, we can definitely reach out to our counterpart at the Water District, discuss the matter about secondary containment, what options exist, what needs may be necessary in support of that, what role can the city or the city cannot play directly or possibly even indirectly. But I would obviously say that's a discussion that we're more than willing and able to have as part of our monthly water team meetings that we already have standing with the Water District staff.
Thank you.
I think the only thing I would add to that is just I would need to understand what Clean Water Act water data you're talking about. And I'm happy to have a conversation with you separately. If it's data that's collected pursuant to some sort of regulatory regime, right? So under the Clean Water Act, then it's likely public record. So if the question is how do we disseminate that information, that's obviously distinguishable from how do we get private information and disseminate it. So more to come from that.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
The information too, sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to provide a point of order. I think there's some direction given to staff, specifically around the looking at regional. I don't mind. I hear the concern around looking at regional drilling, but I would prefer a formal motion to come forth before council for a debate and a discussion around looking at more data that's not within the city limits of Commerce City. There's a lot of things that we need to tackle, from affordable housing to the crime challenges to other things within the city. So I love a debate around asking city staff to do more that's outside of the jurisdiction of Commerce City. The second piece is around just the last piece with the reporting out on, the same section, same thing around asking the city attorney as a point of order that I would love a motion to come forth to the body to talk about this as debate before you move forth and start collecting data, disseminating data, and moving forward without a robust discussion from the body.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I guess my 2 cents worth is we need to look at the long range, what our goal is, I guess. And I'm just, I've been here for many, many years, well, dating back to the 53. And I've dealt with the refineries since 74 for 42 years. And with the fire department, was down there and many, many times on different fires and spills and troubles they had back when it was called Conoco and Azamara. But since Suncor's been around, our calls have basically dropped down to hardly one every now and then versus it used to be on a monthly basis. And I guess my point is since I can remember, they just get better at being good stewards year after year after year. And they're not only getting better at taking care of the environment, they're not perfect, but they're getting better and they're trying to fix things. And you got to look at cause and effect. They're one of our #1 employers out here, and there's a lot of jobs that depend on them. And we got an international airport, right? One of our neighbors, 60% of their fuel goes to that airport. So a lot of people, and almost everybody that can't afford an electric vehicle is relying on fossil fuels to power their vehicles. And I think we need to work with them and continue on. And we need to help them out in any way we can. And we need to look at what successes they've had over the years. And we can't forget what they do for all the states around us. But that's all I have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. A couple of things. One of them regarding the oil and gas matters for anything outside of the Commerce City boundaries. Specifically, I would be asking when we vote on it later, that it would be for any activity that is coming into Commerce City. And as we know, there is an Adams County oil and gas site that will be doing that. That's the Edmondson site. So that does impact residents in Outlook, which is on the north side of 120th. I do think that is important. Regarding the issues around Suncor, no one is saying anything more than Suncor should not pollute and it should not contaminate. I think that they need to keep all of their workers healthy. So as long as they don't pollute and they don't contaminate, they're welcome here. And I would like to point out that federal and state inspections indicate Suncor refinery violated air quality regulations. That was in a release on July 8th, 2024. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment issued a notice of violation to Suncor Energy, alleging the Commerce City refinery failed to comply with air emission laws. That is ongoing. They've already paid fines in the past. So I think it's important that we remind ourselves that not polluting and not contaminating is the aim here. We want to keep our residents safe and everyone who lives around that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stark, for your presentation. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Information. All right, on to consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, non-controversial. These items are presented to council on a single motion and a vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion in a separate vote. Tonight, there are 13 items on the consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Okay, seeing none, need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as seated.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Okay, discussion? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve the consent agenda as presented. Will city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the October 21st, 2024 regular meeting, Resolution 2024-103, a resolution authorizing award of contract for audiovisual upgrades at the Eagle Point Recreation Center to Beacon Communications LLC. Resolution 2024-121, a resolution approving Great Outdoors Colorado addendum to the grant agreement for Generation Wild Northeast Metro Coalition. Resolution 2024-124, a resolution declaring support of public art installation for Monaco Park. Resolution 2024-135, a resolution authorizing an amendment to master services agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and Advanced Network Management Incorporated. Resolution 2024-147, a resolution amending council policy number CP-2 to revise and clarify items that may be placed on the consent agenda and which council members may count for purposes of establishing a quorum for the Boards and Commissions Committee. Ordinance 2613, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation Funds, the amount of $453,600 for the fiscal year 2025 Highway Safety Improvement Program. Ordinance 2619, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Local Entity Air Network Clean Grant in the amount of $1,000 for Love My Air program activities. Ordinance PUDA 23-0005, an ordinance approving the Mile High Greyhound Park PUD Zone Document Amendment 2 to allow for limited drive-through uses in Planning Area B. The property consists of 10.52 acres and is generally located at the northwest corner of East 62nd Avenue and Elm Street. Ordinance Z 24-0001, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 5400 Forest Street from light intensity industrial I-1 and heavy intensity industrial I-3 to medium intensity industrial I-2. Ordinance Z-980-24, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning property generally located at 9021 East E470 from agricultural AG to regional commercial district C3. Ordinance Z-979-24, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 9022 E470 from agricultural district AG to regional commercial district C3. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 9 votes, yes, unanimously. Okay, on to public hearings. Resolution 2024-051-2025 Commerce City Budget. Tonight's first public hearing is on 2025 Commerce City Budget. This hearing was continued from October 21st. I will now reopen the public hearing. Are there any questions for staff? Let's see, any questions? I will now. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget.
This is for questions. You have any questions?
Second.
No. This is for questions. This is an open hearing. This is a hearing. This is not a resolution or ordinance. So that motion on the floor does not pass, does not carry weight, okay? So any questions for staff? Again, Councilmember Dare, you have a question?
No, that was for the second.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no questions, I will now close the public hearing. Need a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2024-050. Councilmember Dukes.
Sorry about that, I jumped the shark. I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget as seated.
Okay, this is on okay. Councilmember Ford. All right, any discussion? Motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2024-050. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2024-050, resolution adopting the budget for the City of Commerce City, Colorado for the year 2025 and providing for 2024 Commerce City tax levy. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I accidentally closed the vote too early, Council. You have to revote.
It's okay. All right, passed unanimously with 9 yes. All right, second hearing, Resolution 2024-107, Second Creek Farms, Filing 3, Amendment 3. Tonight's second public hearing is on a final plat for Second Creek Farm, Filing 3, Amendment 3. I will remind council the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you will vote. You're not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on the facts developed in this hearing and in the record, and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I will invite the city attorney to address the council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing. Per council policy CP-22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for their presentation. We'll invite the applicant to make the presentation.
Good evening.
Evening.
Mayor, members of council, Eric Carlson, Foster Graham, Milstein and Kalisher. It's 360 South Garfield Street, Denver, Colorado 80209. I'm here tonight on behalf of the property owner and developer here of the Second Creek Filing 3, Amendment 3. We'd like to discuss tonight the plat that is in front of you, as well as the conveyance of Track B from the city to the Second Creek Farm Metropolitan District Number 1. So we'll make this a joint presentation well within the 10 minutes tonight. So it's great to be in front of you. The first slide that we have, I'm joined tonight as well by my colleague David Foster and Daniel Madison of Manhart Engineering. So we can, if there are questions, we'll be able to cover what we need to discuss tonight. If you look at the map that we have here, this is the site. I think importantly, part of the plat here, the bottom portion that extends there to the west is the Grandma Gulch. We'll talk about that with the drainage. The purpose of this plat is twofold. It's one, to differentiate or distinguish Lot 1 at the northern side as Lot 1 here, with Lot 2 being the southern portion. Lot 1 coincides with planning area K1 in the Second Creek Farms PUD, which is a commercial mixed use area. And Lot 2 is planning area K, which is a mixed use multifamily area. So that's one thing. The second is to handle some drainage there in the southern portion of the property into the Grandma Gulch. This plat, Second Creek Farms here, as you may know, there's been some policy changes from the city over the time. The detention facilities here are privately owned and operated by the developer, sometimes through their metropolitan districts. If you look to the west there's a further in Second Creek Farms, about 500 yards to the west, there is a detention facility that's on city property with an easement to the metropolitan district for that conveyance. Here, the policy of the city has been that those drainage facilities should be on developer or metro district owned parcels. So this plat will create a conveyable Tract B so that drainage facility is on property owned by the metropolitan district rather than the city. The vicinity map there is page 1. Here, as I discussed, we have Lot 1 and Lot 2 that abut Tower Road. Thank you, Nathan. And then Tract B and Tract A. As it currently stands, Tract A and Tract B are together Tract A, all owned by the city. So the purpose of creating that Tract B is so that Tract B can be conveyed to the Second Creek Farm Metropolitan District, filing number 1, for the construction and ongoing maintenance of a private detention facility for Lot 1 and Lot 2. And you'll see the little jut out for B is where that outfall will go into the Grandma Gulch. There's here Lot 1 and Lot 2, a little bit larger image there. Lot 1, as I said, I'm going to skip forward a couple to show you that here Lot 1 equates to what is K1 there, commercial mixed use, and Lot 2 is K. Now this plat tonight does not approve any uses. This is pursuant to the PUD zone document, the First Amendment from 2021. So we're not talking, about uses today. We don't have any actual projects for these areas, but differentiating or creating Lot 1 and Lot 2 to equate to the K1 and K here will allow for that next step and development plans to come forth for one or both of those parcels, though we don't have any in tow with us tonight. The approval criteria here for the plat, it is of course consistent with the PUD zoning that is in place and meets all of the other criteria on your screen. This is, again, a little bit more, it's a simpler plat in many respects than what we often see. There's not dedication of right-of-way. There's no drainage plans that are required for this because it's simply creating a tract that will be conveyed. It's simply creating 2 lots that will have to go through the future development plan process. At that time, their replats will be required and other items that are more typically associated with these plats will happen. But I want to use that to talk about the second piece of this, and that is the conveyance of Tract B through a resolution by you all tonight. We've worked with the city staff on this resolution and the deed. We have the Tract B here. This property was deeded to the city as a part of previous filing. So as part of a conveyance back to the Metropolitan District, we had an appraisal done by an appraiser of the city's recommendation. It came in that Tract B, which is 0.73 acres, has a fair market value of $56,000. So we've worked to put together a special warranty deed that would convey that property from the city to the Second Creek Farm Metropolitan District, filing 1 for $56,000 pursuant to that appraised value. So the request tonight is twofold. It's that you approve the plat shown in our presentation on your screen that will create Lot 1 and Lot 2. It'll create Tract B. The second request is that then you approve a resolution conveying Tract B from the city to Second Creek Farm Metropolitan District, filing 1 for the fair market value of $56,000 pursuant to the appraisal in your packet. Thank you for your time tonight. We're happy to answer any questions that you have on these 2 requests.
Okay, any council members have questions for the applicant? I had a question for you. So by taking over this drainage area, especially because it's going to go down into floodplain tributary towards to the west, how is this going to be handled as far as the collection of water? If you have homes to the south, LGI area, and the threat of mosquitoes, all kinds of different things that come with water and not draining properly.
Yeah, so what is showing there is Tract B, the triangle. I actually left it on a nice screen for your question, Mayor. That has always been contemplated as a detention pond.
Okay.
So that detention pond and facility there, when it was Tract A as a part of the city, it had this little jut out triangle so that there's the room there to construct the pond and then outfall it through proper engineering techniques into the Grandma Gulch. So the only difference tonight is that will be owned and maintained by the Metropolitan District rather than owned by the city with an easement conveyed to the Metropolitan District to construct and maintain that facility.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, seeing no others, thank you. Okay, invite Nathan Chavez, planner number 2, to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. This presentation will cover the final plat resolution 2024-107, as well as the resolution next on the agenda, resolution 2024-127. As stated earlier, the applicant is requesting approval of a final plat. A final plat is a legal instrument used to create boundaries for lots and tracts for future development. This does not impact zoning or allowable uses, and a PUD development permit is required for site layout, building architecture, landscaping, and drainage in order to actually develop the site. Tonight, City Council is deciding whether the proposed platting adheres to the Land Development Code approval criteria and whether to approve the final plat or not. Lastly, City Council will also be determining whether to sell Tract B under Resolution 2024-127. So generally, the properties are located at the southwest corner of East 92nd Avenue and Tower Road. Surrounding zoning includes the Second Creek Farm PUD, which includes a smattering of residential, commercial, public, and mixed-use planning areas. And to the west across Tower Road is the Legato West PUD, which includes mixed-use and commercial planning areas. So the specific request is to create 2 lots from 1 tract and split an existing tract into 2. The primary purpose of this application is to create Tract B, which staff will highlight later so that the applicant may request purchase of the property from the city. Typically, final plats are approved administratively unless called up to public hearing by City Council. However, because this application includes city-owned property, as well as the transfer of city-owned property, the Community Development Director determined that this application should be heard in the public hearing process and ultimately determined on by City Council. So the subject property is within the Northern Neighborhoods character area of the current 2045 comprehensive plan. And then within the 2010 comprehensive plan, while no longer effective, it is worth noting that the entire review, as well as the submittal, took place under this comp plan, and staff included an analysis of that comp plan just for reference because it did occur under the 2010 plan purview, and within the future land use plan, it is designated as residential medium, as well as mixed-use corridor and commercial. So this is an aerial that was taken February 24th of this year. The northern property is currently undeveloped with the exception of a detention pond for Tower Road drainage present on the site where my cursor is. And then the southern property is occupied by the Grandma Gulch Drainage Way, and the 100-year floodplain will eventually be routed through this drainage way. East 92nd Avenue, while not on your screen, is approximately this location. It's currently unbuilt, and then to the west, all of these single-family lots, they are wall platted, are currently not ready for development at this time. So as mentioned earlier, approval of the final plat will create 2 lots, lots 1 and 2 from 1 tract, as well as split an existing tract into 2 tracts, that's Tract A and Tract B. The proposed Tract B, where my laser pointer is at, is requested to be purchased from the city under Resolution 2024-127. A market appraisal valued the property at $56,000, and the applicant has agreed to purchase the property at this price from the city. The applicant desires to acquire this property to develop it as a private detention basin, and after review of the proposed Second Creek Farm filing 3 Amendment 3 application, the Development Review Team, or DRT, found that there are no adverse impacts to the city-controlled drainage, such as the Grandma Gulch. The proposed final plat has been reviewed by all relevant DRT agencies, such as Planning, Engineering, the Water District, the Mile High Flood District, and Public Works. And this application was heard by Planning Commission on October 1st of this year and received a 5-0 recommendation of approval to this body. DRT has found that the application meets the approval criteria for a final plat under section 21-3241, subsection 3. And an analysis of the approval criteria may be found within your staff report, and staff is happy to pull up any specific approval criteria for review and discussion by this body. Lastly, staff has noted the following items for consideration by City Council. Firstly, no development is proposed at this time, and a PUD development permit or permits will finalize the site layout, landscaping, a number of things at a later date. Approval of the final plat will allow the applicants to request purchase of Track B, so that the northern parcel and the property to the north of East 92nd Avenue may develop. The land within proposed Track B is currently unused by the city. And lastly, the market value appraisal is $56,000. Staff's available to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight that the approval criteria for final plats is in your blue binder. It's on page 12. And those approval criteria live in 21-3241 of the Land Development Code. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Why did the city own this property? Did we have plans for it?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll step in and take that. If you don't mind, Mr. Chavez, bringing back up that image. Track A is a part of a larger drainage way called the Gamma Gulch. So it is a existing infrastructure that helps to flow storm, and other appurtenances from the, I'm going to get the direction wrong, but I'm still going to attempt, from the east to the west into Second Creek. That was a part of the overall intent and development with approving Second Creek Farms initially to help with that drainage. And additionally, the drainage of future development would occur east of Tower Road. It is in the question, Track B in question, is not fundamental to the need of Track A in being able to serve the purpose of when it was originally conveyed to the city.
Why did we own it within the Second Creek Farms project? Why did we own B? Was it going to be a park? It's 6-some acres. It looks like it could have been a park where it's located.
If I may.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Eric Carlson for the record. At the time, the city's policy was that drainage facilities, detention facilities like proposed here were owned by the city. Then the city would convey an easement to the Metropolitan District or the developer to construct and maintain the facilities on city property. When we started the platting process here, it was the city attorney's office at the time. So prior to Lee, it said they had shifted the city's policy and the city no longer wanted to own that property. So this property's always been, Tract B has always been proposed as a detention facility. It's just as changing who owns it.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you. All right, I will now invite the public to provide testimony. Ask the city clerk if there's anyone signed up.
We do not have anybody tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, would the applicant like to do a rebuttal? Okay. We'll now close the public hearing. Need a motion and second to adopt resolution 2024-107. Councilmember Teeter.
I move for approval.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion? Motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 2024-107. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote, please.
Resolution 2024-107, a resolution approving the final plat for Second Creek Farm Filing Number 3, Amendment 3, generally located at the southwest corner of East 92nd Avenue and Tower Road and consisting of 28.90 acres. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes with 9 yeses unanimously. All right. On to Resolution 2024-127, transfer of 18250 East 92nd Avenue. Do any council members have questions? Well, sorry, go ahead. Got ahead of myself.
Staff has nothing further to add.
Okay.
The presentation under the previous agenda
Sure.
item covered everything.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you. Any council members have questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I need a motion second to adopt Resolution 2024-127. Councilmember Teeter.
Move for approval of Resolution 2024-127.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? Okay, a motion on the floor to adopt Resolution 2024-127. I ask the clerk to read the title, take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2024-127, a resolution approving the transfer of city-owned property located at 18250 East 92nd Avenue. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 9 yes votes unanimously. All right. On to next resolution. Resolution 2024-145, Carmel City Housing Authority, CIRSA participation, CIRSA. Do any council members have questions for staff? Okay. I need a motion and a second to allow Councilmember Kim and Madera to recuse themselves from this vote on Resolution 2024-127. Councilmember Ford.
I'll make a motion to allow the recusal of Councilmember Kim and Madera from Resolution 2024-145.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay. All right, the motion is, okay, take a roll call vote, please. City Clerk.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 7 yeses and 2 no votes based on recusal. Okay. Need a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2024-127. Councilmember Dukes?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? All right, is there any discussion? The question, this is simply just this authority as far as CIRSA, right now, the city provides an insurance to cover the housing authority, correct? As far as any kind of damage on those properties underneath the authority, is that correct?
That is correct, sir. There is and I think it's just to make this abundantly clear, there's a parallel negotiation as it pertains to an IGA with respect to how the city has leveraged its staffing resources in support of the housing authority that will be brought forward to you as council to make a decision, given the policy considerations in and around CCHA. Neither the NIGID or that IGA decouples the CCHA from the city of Commerce City from a statutory perspective. So there will be ongoing discussions in and around that with this council. But for tonight's evening, to your point, yes, Mayor, but ultimately there will be another one that will be shortly coming before you all as it relates to staffing resources, as it relates back to our charter provisions.
Okay, thank you. All right, the motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2024-127. We'll ask the clerk, ask the clerk to take a roll call vote. Read the title and take a roll call vote. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologies. The script was wrong. It's actually Resolution 2024-145, not 127. Apologies on that. Resolution 2024-145, a resolution consenting to participation.
We're not done yet.
Councilmember Madera, we haven't voted yet.
We haven't voted. What's that?
We haven't voted yet on this resolution. Apologies.
Oh, sorry.
You're okay.
Councilmember Kim, we haven't voted yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Resolution 2024-145, a resolution consenting to participation by the Commerce City Housing Authority and the Colorado Intergovernmental Risk Sharing Agency. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a transfer of land. We did that first.
Councilmember Teeter? Thank you.
Okay, that passes 7 and 2 abstain. All right, welcome back.
We passed it.
Okay, ordinance on first reading. Ordinance 2644, bulletproof vest grant. Any council members have questions for staff? I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2644 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Ford.
Move approval on first reading of ordinance 2644 as council is seated.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Any discussion? Motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2644 by council as seated and approved on first reading. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance 2644, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Funds in the amount of $19,555.15 for the Bulletproof Vest program in the Commerce City Police Department. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 9 votes unanimously. Okay, on to ordinance 2645, Generation Wild Grant. Do any council members have questions for staff? Okay. Seeing none, a motion is second to introduce ordinance 2645 by council seating and approve on first reading. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2645 as seated.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right, have any discussion? Okay, motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2645 by council seated and approved from first reading. We'll ask the clerk to read the title, take a roll call vote, please.
Ordinance 2645, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Generation Wild Grant Funds from Great Outdoors, Colorado in the amount of $7,000 to provide opportunities to youth to connect with the outdoors. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Douglas?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes unanimously. 9 yes votes. All right. On to ordinance on second reading. Ordinance 2646, Adams Tower 6th floor renovation. This ordinance was not approved unanimously on the first reading and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. I drove by this property on a Friday at 4 o'clock, and the apartment building that's being constructed on the parking lot is not yet open. So they aren't parking in that area yet. There was very little parking, and I noticed that Adams County utility vehicles are parking there, as are RTD vehicles. Is the lot being used by several other entities?
I will look to Jeff Maxwell, who's had more recent conversations about how that's being used during construction activity.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Not that I'm aware of. If it is, it's being done without the HOA's awareness. Just to let you all know, we are also talking to the property owner to the east, right adjacent to the parking lot, and they are amenable to us establishing a fenced-off area for city staff only to park in with gated entrances. We're finalizing that with them now. So we have another option that will give us an even more secure parking lot just for city employees that we're working on that right now with them.
That would be helpful. Mr. Maxwell, what about, I know you don't typically get people coming to the planning department or community development department in person any longer, really, other than by appointment. Do we see places then for visitors to park? That front area was also jammed at 4 o'clock on a Friday.
Yeah, we will have, as the owners of the 5th floor and leasing the 6th floor, we'll have just under 50 spaces that'll be dedicated for the city that we will sign appropriately. And like I said, if we work out this deal with the property owner to the east, our city staff will park there, and that will give us just under 50 spaces for the public to use.
Yeah, I know there are places to dine around there, but you do have to take a vehicle, really, if you're going to get to them.
Yeah, we are actually very optimistic and hopeful that providing eco passes for staff will make it attractive to use the light rail, which is right adjacent. We're going to try as best we can to work with the private property owners to see about establishing some sidewalks over there. We know that's a gap. But we're gonna try to do everything we can to encourage alternative transportation out there too.
Well, we have that $7.5 million we've set aside. That includes sidewalks for the south.
Yes, and we are doing a lot of sidewalk improvements on Colorado already. A couple of sections leading up to this building. So there's a lot going on in that area. We want to improve 72nd in Colorado. We want to do a lot of work, and I think we can get that done.
And what are you going to be doing regarding air quality in the building from the concrete plant across the way?
Yeah, and as we've mentioned before, we do have air quality monitors on the roof of the building and adjacent to the building. All of those have shown no violations in the past multiple years. We are going to do indoor air quality testing as part of the indoor improvements that we're undertaking right now, and we will follow up with you on those results.
Okay, and one final question. Are you going to be coming back to us to purchase land in order to put the parking lot on the east property?
No, this will be an IGA. It's Adams 14 School District, so we will be working with them just to execute an IGA. What we've agreed to, temporarily, obviously it's up to you, is to mow the lot for them, keep it maintained for them, because they're getting cited with not mowing it on a regular basis. So we figured that's the least we could do.
That's a nice swap.
Yeah.
All righty, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Just a question I had is, you mentioned, sorry to come on back up, sorry. You walked away. So you mentioned with the air quality, it hasn't been any reports for a couple of years, is that correct? How many years has it been?
Off the top of my head, I think it was around 10.
10
It's
years.
monitored by the state.
Okay.
And so we did look into that before we entered into the lease. And it was, off the top of my head, I think it was 10, but let me get the real number for you. And I'll
Okay,
send that to you.
and in my understanding with this approval is that we already have a lease agreement with the 6th floor in Adams Tower.
Correct.
How much is that lease throughout the year, or monthly? And
Do you recall, Jason? I think it's around $13,000 a month.
okay. And so without the renovations, my understanding, without these renovations, it's not usable space.
I mean, the renovations are for cubicles, desks, chairs. So in order to put just under 60 staff members over there, we need all of that.
So right now, there's no cubicles, no desks, no chairs?
Correct.
Okay, so if we don't approve this, there'll be no place to sit, no place to work?
Correct.
And it'll just be empty space for about 60 staff, you said?
Yeah, the landlord is putting in new carpet and paint.
Okay.
There are dedicated offices, but there are not cubicles, there's no desks, no chairs.
Okay. And you mentioned a possible agreement, so I thank you for working through a solution to find park. I know that's an issue.
Yeah.
But there's a tentative solution in place that doesn't require us for approval, right? There's no approval.
Yeah, that's with Adams County. The reason we wanted to pursue the land to the east is we can fence it off and we can gate it. We can light it. We can put picnic tables out there. We can do a lot of things to make staff feel better about it.
Okay. And sorry, correct, so no approval tonight. This is just about the renovation for,
This is to fund the desks and cubicles and chairs.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
How long is this lease for?
It's 5 years.
5 years? And what is your agreement with the Adams 14 for that? And would it be gravelled, or what, how would this?
We haven't finalized that. It'll probably be 3 years, which is standard with 1-year extensions. We'll probably do that.
I've gone back and forth on this, as you know. I feel like we've been backed into a corner on it, and just really still not feeling comfortable with it. Not comfortable with why we're doing it to begin with, because I didn't get real clear answers on who was going to move into the space that's being vacated here in this building. And I appreciate all your efforts and everything, but
Could I just add to that a little bit, Councilmember Douglas?
Certainly.
Part of the benefit for this is we are working with the police chief in reducing the square footage that we need for the proposed new substation in the Northern Range, because the chief will be taking over a lot of the vacated space here in the Civic Center from community development. So actually, that will be a really big cost savings on that project. The per square footage cost for the substation is quite a bit of money, and it's quite a bit more expensive than this lease. So that's just one benefit I want to throw out there for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a question. So you're talking about additional parking.
Sure.
Is this caddy corner to the north, or is this that empty lot that sits behind the?
Empty
Adams
lot
Tower?
to just directly to the east.
Just east, okay. So
Yeah.
there's it's like a baseball field out there or so?
It was the former school site, and now it's just a field.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve ordinance 2646 on second and final reading. Councilmember Teeter,
I move for approval ordinance 2646 on second and final reading.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay, we'll ask the clerk to read a title, take a roll call vote.
Ordinance 2646, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating unencumbered fund balance in the general fund in the amount of $1,276,250 for the use of the Adams Tower sixth floor renovation, including specified intra-fund transfers and authorization of the expenditures thereof. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, it votes 8-1. All right. On to administrative council business. We have a, first one is a BEAD grant letter of support for Bureau Fiber Network LLC. Any council members have questions for staff? City Manager Roger, could you give a brief description of this BEAD grant? Just so the public knows. How you doing, Jordan?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Jordan Roberts, the Senior Policy Analyst for the City Manager's Office. So the city received this request for a letter of support from Viero Networks LLC. They have a project in the northeastern part of the city that or just outside of the city limits. It touches just adjacent east of E470 in the Third Creek area and then just south of Bar Lake. This is a non-binding agreement. This is just the city showing support for their BEAD grant application. And this is a part of their community outreach. They get 5 points essentially for receiving one of these letters.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, and a motion second to approve a letter for support for Viero Fiber Network LLC, B grant application. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
All right, is there more discussion? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to approve the letter of support for Viero Fiber Network LLC BEAD grant application. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that passes 9 yes votes unanimously. Okay, and you and council members have administrative council business, any items, emergency or unforeseen circumstances? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I have two. The first one is for the city council to authorize Mayor Douglas to speak on behalf of the city to express our concern about air quality regarding Suncor and our desire for Suncor to do all necessary, all that's required in order to assure that our residents are breathing clean air. At one of the hearings upcoming for the Air Quality Control Commission.
Councilmember Kim.
Be happy to second that one.
All right. Any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is for me to provide testimony on, I already had it down.
Mayor, I have it if you need help.
Yes, please.
I believe the motion was to authorize Mayor Douglas to speak on behalf of the city at one of the upcoming AQCC hearings.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
I have a question on the process here. Will the mayor have talking points that will be shared to the whole body before providing testimony?
Well, we have voted on Suncor and air quality and letters previously numerous times, so I was just assuming he would use material from one of those.
Can we provide, I would love to see talking points sent to the body to understand what is being communicated before testimony.
Is that amended?
Is that, as a friendly amendment, so friendly amendment would be to have the mayor provide just high-level talking points about what will be communicated during the testimony?
For informational purposes, I can agree to that, but not to deny.
Councilmember Kim, you accept that?
As Mayor Pro Tem has stated, for informational purposes, yes, I will accept that.
All right. So the motion on the floor is to provide informational information to testify for the Clean Air Act.
It's to authorize Mayor Douglas to speak on behalf of the city at the Air Quality Commission upcoming hearings in December, and that the talking points will be shared with the city council prior to those hearings for information purposes only.
Okay. All right. Is there any discussion? We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 no vote. All right, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, your second one.
Yes, I just wanted to go back to what Councilmember Dukes was saying earlier. The oil and gas report includes information about oil and gas activity that might impact our residents. So while there are no applications that are active in Commerce City, there are applications, actually approved applications in Adams County that will impact our residents. And I would just see that, if you would, simply as additional information that would be provided so that we're keeping track with Adams County when our residents might know when that activity is to begin, so that we're prepared to address any questions that they have. Does that make sense?
Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, that makes sense. And my biggest concern is to make sure that we are focusing on city residents and making sure that, I mean, as you articulated it, that sounds appropriate in a sense that these are applications, especially in Adams County, that may have somewhat of an impact or of a need notice. The biggest concern I have is that we want to make sure we don't mission creep and go beyond the scope of what we're supposed to do in terms of supporting our residents. The other concern I have or thought is that as we have these requests, I'm curious how this falls into our, and if we can, make sure any of the requests falls within the strategic plan already. Because I assume that this, when we think about public health and safety, there is a part of the conversation within our strategic plan that should align to any request. So alignment is critical for me. Making sure that we are prioritizing our residents in terms of staff, funding, because we have a lot of other challenges. And so I want to make sure, the last is that we're not deviating from the mission as council to begin to look at a regional charge that isn't directly impacting our residents. From when I heard what you said, Mayor Pro Tem, we're in alignment in that there is some drilling that may take place that may have some level of impact. And so I'm okay with that. But I want to make sure that we're clear and have it on record that we want to make sure we, at some point, got to continue to do business within our city so that we can not try to do everything that's not, I mean, keep the main thing, just to be blunt. Right?
Yeah.
Just so to make sure we keep the main thing so that we are able to address some of these critical issues that are taking place across the whole city. And so I want to make sure that's put on record. And if that's the case, if that's what I'm hearing you say, then I trust that.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, and I agree regarding the entire city, but I also have an interest in Ward 4 as their direct representative, and this Edmondson site will frack into Ward 4 directly. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, and there are a lot of people who would like to receive this information, and the information is actually relatively easy to gather, but it's reporting out to our citizens so that they know what's going on, so they don't feel like they're blindsided and not included, because it is very important to a lot of people who, especially in the northern area where that activity would more than likely happen. So just to let you know, it's probably not a lot of extra work for the staff, but it is important that information is delivered to the people who are interested and feel impacted. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I just have one belief here that you guys are trying to shut down United States oil and gas. And you're wanting to move it to foreign countries, and that's not in Commerce City's best interest, plain and simple.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Madera.
So I just have a question. What is the criteria that we're going to put in place? Is it something that's right across the street from our border? Is it quarter mile, 1 mile, 2 miles? Because, these things need to be applied uniformly. Ward 4 isn't the only part of the city. And, there's a lot of things that impact all parts of the city. So if we're gonna put this effort into one part of the city, it needs to be for all of the city. But there needs to be a criteria of what it is that we're looking for and that we want staff to monitor, right? Are we looking at all Adams County? Because we're starting to get, we're overstepping our boundaries now. And instead of working with our partners at the county, we're kind of taking it upon ourselves to start monitoring their activities. And so, it's just something that we've got to be careful about because this can impact relationships, and we rely on our partners to get things done, like the parks and the grants that we get to remodel our parks. And I just don't want to step on our, fellow colleagues at the county's toes and start impacting those relationships. I mean, we saw what happened when we broke that relationship with Suncor, that we didn't even talk to them and they did whatever they wanted. They exceeded and things got worse, rather than working together and trying to do what's best for everyone in the community. I just think it's something that we can't do this on our own. It takes our partners. So I would like to have a uniform criteria for the entire city to all be on the same page and not to overstep into county business.
Councilmember Chacon?
I think that's one of the few things we can agree on is things are getting worse. It has taken the EPA and the Department of Justice to actually investigate. It's not that we're any anti-industry. We're against industry that is predatory or unethical in their practices, where they need to come into compliance, that's even gained the attention of the EPA and DOJ. So that's a false narrative and misinformation. We're trying to protect the environmental health equity. So I would be curious too about how the strategic plan, every time it mentions environment, how it's going to be representative of environmental health equity. That's why I tried to specify that definition specifically. And I think it is important to remember that even part of the Northeast Collaborative, the county and commissioners and the health department are involved. So they are partners already there involved. They're also seeing that it's gotten worse. So how are we maintaining not just those relations, but making sure that those relations aren't corrupted because of industry that wants to maintain a certain level of being unethical to gather their permits, because we can't. We're out of compliance. We're out of compliance on a federal level for our SIPs for the entire state. And given that we're the only city with a refinery, with the only refinery in the state, that is why Commerce City continues to be highlighted and why the residents are a disproportionately impacted community at large, not just in the core city. So I would love to work in partnership, but we need to make sure that this is done ethically. And when industry is predatory, that they're held accountable or that there's enforcement, because fines are not being enough and it's getting worse.
Thank you. Just want to also say that that's why we have the oil and gas update. We've been working with this since 2012. So this is not something new. This is something that we are responsible for our citizens as a whole, no matter which part of our border we are being threatened on. So trust that this has been a process for a very long time. This is nothing new. So please do not try to distinguish this as something other than it has been for years. So I just want to clarify that. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess a couple points. If this wasn't new, we wouldn't have to have a motion. Just a point of clarification. This is a motion to talk about this. The conversation that we've heard is that language around predatory, report out, policy changes, threats, it gives me pause because that doesn't scream the collaboration that I heard Mayor Pro Tem articulate around drilling that was near some of the communities in which may have a negative impact up north. And then we heard Suncor, we just heard a lot of different conversations. And so I would recommend that we do spend a couple meetings or conversation to talk through what is the requirement that we're asking. What are the criteria? Spend a moment to pause, go slow to go fast, and actually ask the staff on, is this going to be a bigger lift? Because just this 10-minute discussion, it has ballooned into things that frankly make me a little uncomfortable when we say we're going to report out, but we're not creating policy because it's not within our policy purview. And so I need to have clarification on like what's in our policy purview, even though this has been around for a long time. What policies that the city has implemented to help reduce this, and how does this continue to help push policy to support our residents? And I think it's warranted to have a little bit more time to bake out this idea because
I want to have a point of order. There is no motion on the floor, so I just wanted to correct you on that.
correct. That's why I'm articulating what I would recommend before we have a motion. I don't think I mentioned a motion, but I think just the idea that as Mayor Pro Tem thinks about this idea in further discussion, that we have a stronger dialogue about the criteria, about the impact in terms of staff impact, about what this really means in terms of report out in the north or south. And so I would recommend that that's a part of that continued discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem, were you done?
I didn't say anything.
No, you said you had two. Were you done? That wasn't?
I did two.
All right, thank you. All right, does any other council members have anything foreseen or emergency situation? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go to reports. City Manager Rogers, could you please provide your weekly report?
Thank you, Mayor. Starting in the city manager's office, November 9th is going to be your free green yard waste drop-off. Residents can dispose of compostable yard waste, grass clippings, leaves, tree limbs, and other plant debris at A1 composting facility. Moving to economic development, sir. We have that our staff has met with 10 businesses in Derby to gather valuable feedback and explore ideas for collaborative initiatives to support these businesses out there. We are continuing to engage separately with several brokers active in the city to discuss current offerings and to learn more about upcoming properties. As you all are aware, we currently have a very limited built space to attract restaurant and other desired uses by the community. So we have attempted to engage developers about plans on moving sites from the unbuilt to the built conditions, but once again, the market's going to drive how quickly they want to move in that perspective. But just know that our staff is engaging on a continual basis with potential end users to help kind of create that environment. Lastly, on economic development, staff has met with the Colorado Pay It Forward Fund to continue program development for advancing Commerce City Together Workforce Development Pipeline Program. Under Public Works, work on East 62nd, and Holly Street intersection is near completion, with only the pedestrian ramp work remaining. Our streets pavement team is continuing to respond to Access C3 tickets and emergency requests for potholes and road failures. The team fixed a total of 130 potholes citywide last week. Kudos to Public Works. A new pedestrian sign has also equipped with solar flashing lights was also installed at the intersection of 60th Avenue and Kearney Street. And construction has continued along Colorado Boulevard as the south side of that road has been paved. We are still on track for completion by the end of the year. In PRG, two things I would like to raise. We had our Senior Volunteer Recognition Dinner. Our Active Adults team hosted the annual Senior Volunteer Recognition Dinner on October 24th. We have an award which is called the Triple C Red Sweater Award, which is given to two who have displayed exceptional efforts to the community over the year. This year's winners were Carol Barnick and Gracie Lake, two longtime staples in our community. Congrats to Carol and Gracie on receiving that award. And then just to kind of tout up staff, the city's mini-con event held annually in partnership with the Landmark Academy Book Club received the Colorado Parks and Recreation Association Columbine Award for exceptional programming, which is awarded to agencies demonstrating a high level of excellence and commitment to park and rec standards. Similarly, our Youth Services Rec Coordinator, Megan Krabby, was awarded the Preschool Licensing Activities and Youth Section Professional of the Year honor. So congrats to PRG and particularly Ms. Krabby on those honors. With PD, I was going to share what our efforts have been in Adams Heights. That was brought up during public comment, so I will leave that. Friday night, we held our second annual Dia de los Muertos event at Our Lady Mother of the Church. That was a partnership between our FOP, our AVSME union, as well as Adelante. We gave away 22 bikes to kids. We had face painting, balloon animals, dancers, piñatas, and other activities for all ages. In addition, we provided 720 tamales, 750 baked goods, as well as hot chocolate to attendees with no leftovers. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you. City Attorney Zarzeki.
Nothing at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Kim.
It is my time to ask the questions to City Manager.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Rogers, I will say that I appreciate the report that you provided. The only thing I would ask for is to please look at what Mr. Rogers has, the other Mr. Rogers had mentioned regarding trash along 68th and Albion. If I could please, I'd like to request a follow-up on that.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager Rogers. You provided a detailed data report on the activity and the things that are taking place from the city. Is there a way to publish that or share out to the community all the things that are taking place that is data-driven and specifically Adams Heights?
I think there is. I think we want to, I would say, cull the data, but also translate the data as to what that means for the community so that it can drive a conversation and a discussion as it pertains. Once again, data is data. I'm not dismaying or arguing with the positions in which our residents have brought up tonight about the concerns in the community. You know, I do take that with a lot of sensitivity and concern. It's balancing that and how we best can approach that. And part of that kind of comes with sharing that to understand what we're receiving and how we're responding to that. Not just Adams Heights, but I'm thinking about this more globally across the city so that others such in the Bell Creek neighborhood or in Reunion, Foxton Village, or in our core city in the Tiffany area, that they can express themselves and understand what's happening there and what could potentially be done no different than what we're trying to do in Adams Heights. That all takes time and that all takes, access to available data to do so. This is taking us some time just because it's a lot of manual labor and work because it's not easily accessible because we're going through a third party. So hopefully in 2025, given what you all approved as the budget, we'll have greater access, greater ease, and more efficiency to being able to create those avenues for discussion. In the short term, we can try to find a solution that can work.
Is it possible to, so thank you for providing an answer to the question, and I think one of the key things you said is around the budget moving forward, to be able to have more readily available data so that you can share it out to the community to start the dialogue, and I think that's valuable. And I wonder, things like that, I would love it to be shared widely. I don't know if I love for it to be shared widely because there is a disconnect around a lot of things moving, right? A lot of things happening and there's movement, but then there's the feeling that nothing's happening. So as a council, I'd love to figure out how we can work with you and the city team to think about how do we have these robust discussions, because it's not one or the other. There is truth in both, right? There's things happening, and then there's a feeling like there's not happening fast enough, but there's a gray in the middle. So I'd love to figure out how to work with you in the future on that.
Absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. And Mr. Rogers, have you given more thought to the police chief and you doing a town hall in the Northeast area? And the reason I bring it up is that when I was at the junior middle school on a transportation meeting, I spoke to the consultant who was going to be doing the transportation meeting at Bell Creek, and I was concerned that there wouldn't be anyone who would attend. And in fact, there wasn't anyone who attended the forum on the transportation master plan. So it just seems like people who live east of 2 train tracks won't be driving that direction in the evening to hear from the police chief and yourself. And I know that in the Northeast quadrant, there are a lot of concerns about traffic enforcement violations. I mean, really, we all have, no matter what part of town we live in, there are a lot of similarities. And certainly, there's a lot of truck traffic in our area as well. So have you given thought to that?
Yes, ma'am. It's one that we were actually talking, the chief and I were actually talking about late last week. We are circling in on either November 13th or 14th based on calendars and schedules, because we are coming into the end of the year and there's some holidays and there's other aspects that play a role. So we're looking at either the 13th or the 14th for us to have that. I just have to kind of work through confirmation and location. I think, honestly speaking, I think we'd like to do it somewhere different than just Bison Ridge, somewhere that's a little bit more situationally located within the community, whether that's Stead, whether that's another facility, so that it's more accessible to a broader swath of that community, as opposed to, once again, feeling like I gotta come to Bison Ridge and I gotta sit in the lovely conference room and I gotta hear another conversation, as opposed to, once again, trying to get out there in the community. So that may be the only piece that may push us, is being able to secure that space. But having spoken about that with Travis Huntington, PD, the chief, as we were on the heels of our conversation at Bell Creek, that's where we're coming in, and we'll do a very strong push once one of those 2 dates, and getting that out to council as well when we've got that identified, really locked in. Excuse me.
Wonderful. That's great news. Wherever you choose to have it, east of the train tracks on Highway 2 would be perfect.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Yeah, Jason, what was that date again for the green waste? Was that the 8th, 9th?
November 9th, sir, this coming Saturday.
Okay, thanks.
And while we're talking about it, I am aware that there were some, and I hemmed and I hawed on sharing this, because I hate raising problems without having solutions. But since we're talking about the green waste, as you all know, we had our free landfill day this past Saturday. There appears to have been a miscommunication at the end of the day that led to some of our residents being turned away. We are working through some due diligence with Republic Services on how that miscommunication came about with our residents being turned away, and trying to find a path forward on how to make it right for our community. I wish I had more. Like I said, hate raising problems without a solution, but just be aware, we are working behind the scenes and have been working behind the scenes since Saturday on trying to find a path forward so that we can get back out to the community on potentially maybe a substitute date, or some alternative that still gives them a benefit that they weren't able to have if you were going between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Thank you. Yeah, I received a call from a longtime resident over the weekend, and he was adamant that I bring this up in a council meeting. I did give some information to the deputy city manager to pass along to you, but his concerns were that there was a letter that went out, and I know it was part of a campaign to help clean up the city. His concerns were that he felt that it was pitting residents against residents, turning your neighbor for violations type of mentality. And I'm just passing along what I was told. It's just for information. He did have concerns about some of the barricades that are surrounding this property that are laying upside down or sideways, and they're off to the side of 60th Avenue over here, maybe 64th as well, that it looks trashy, and that he thinks that if the residents need to turn in their neighbors, he wanted to make me aware that there are weed violations on this property, and that we needed to take care of our house too. And he felt that there's a lack of services in the south compared to the services that are in the north when it comes to maintenance. So I wanted to pass that along to you. I will gladly give you the gentleman's name and information for you to be able to follow up if you so desire. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any council members wish to make a report? Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I'd like to start out, first of all, by thanking our community member, Scott Van Heusen, for participating in the Sand Creek Greenway cleanup that happened in conjunction with our own MyC3 crew on Saturday. They picked up 400 pounds of trash from that area. And to know that our community members care about their community that much to volunteer their time and do something that is, quite frankly, probably not the funnest to do, to get your hands dirty and down in the mucky muck, that has to be commended. And I wanted to say that first and foremost before I went off on telling everyone what I did. So thank you so much, Scott. And thank you for being such an active member of this community. Just your commitment is to be commended. So I went to the legislative dinner, and I want to thank the staff at Bison Grill for putting on such a fabulous dinner. It was a white tablecloth service and plated, and it was beautiful. I hope that next year's dinner is a little bit closer to the legislative session starting, so that I think that maybe the presentation and the get-together would be a little bit more beneficial for all those who are involved. So I would just make that recommendation for next year. But the dinner was a success. I went to the graduation awards ceremony at Lester Arnold High School, and it was just amazing to see how hard these young people are working, especially the people who graduated from night school. A lot of them weren't there because the event took place during the day, and they're working full-time jobs as high school students to help support their families. And that they're still going to school at night, and they wanted to make sure that they graduated. That is to be acknowledged and celebrated. I went to the Boards and Commissions Appreciation Event, and I want to congratulate Kim Garland and Brittany Rodriguez for putting on such a successful event. Thank you to all the volunteers who came or who were able to come to the event. We had representatives from all the different boards and commissions. It was a great event. Everyone was really happy to be there, and they were so glad to get to know other people from other boards and commissions who also are volunteering. So it was a really great event. The weather didn't cooperate, but it didn't stop us from having a great time. The only thing that I regretted was that it was scheduled at the same time as the safety meeting at Bell Creek, and I couldn't be in two places at one time, and I really wanted to be at the safety meeting because I had attended the one in Adams Heights, and so I wanted to make sure that I know what's going on in all parts of the city. I regretfully had to miss it because I went to the Boards and Commissions Appreciation event. Then I attended the Dia los Muertos, Day of the Dead celebration that was put on by our police department at Our Lady Mother of the Church. I got the name right this time. And very well attended. There were lines outside the door for people to get in, and everyone was having a great time. It was a spectacular event. From there, it went to the Rapids playoff game. Didn't exactly go our way, but I want to thank the folks from Cronky for making us feel really welcome. They came down and visited us in the stands, and that was also a fun time. So that is my report.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Just want to congratulate the staff and city manager, particularly with the budget process. We approved the budget tonight, but it took a series of just detailed conversations and really being clear and being precise on what it looked like throughout the year. So I want to come in and say thank you for all the work you guys put into bringing this to fruition tonight. I'll be speaking at the STED class, like some of my colleagues have as well, in their civics engagement. I'll be speaking with them tomorrow, which is appropriate because it's voting day, and be able to talk to them about the importance of voting, as well as just listening to both sides. Mark Bush, I met with Mark Bush. He was excited to give me an update on just some of the conversations he's having with the city around some development in the future. And I have a follow-up call with him on Friday to continue the conversation around some of the successes and also some of the challenges that may be taking place. Last but not least is Leadership Commerce City. I want to thank you, Garrett, for the Leadership Commerce City. I was able to visit the small business discussion on Monday, I think. It was Monday. Was it Friday? I don't know what day it is, but oh yeah, today's Monday, so it was Friday. So it was, thank you, Councilmember Kim. So yeah, I was able to visit it, and it's a great group of leadership and future leaders of the city. It was a great discussion, and it was a great opportunity to really share, elevate commerce, as well as share the new approved economic development plan with the community and get input and get feedback. Last, I just want, as a report, just invite people to continue to have dialogue, as tomorrow's voting is pretty divisive, and you see posts out there around, delete me if you vote for this person, or delete me if you vote for that person. And I'm a big believer in democracy. That's why we have this opportunity to vote. And I hope that just we don't take it to a point where you stop talking to family members because they have different opinions. And so I just want to encourage people as they cast the votes tomorrow, as whoever wins or whatnot, be kind, be caring, and respect other people's opinions to vote however they choose to vote. So with that, that's my report.
Okay, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a few things. I did meet with STED. I went to the STED school, prompted by the questions that Mayor Pro Tem had provided to the teachers. What does QCF mean to you? They had mentioned regarding comments such as like helping general public, helping each other, advocating for selves and community, diversity, caring for the community. And then the question was prompted regarding what could we do to make QCF better? Separation between old and new Commerce City. We do have a huge segregation between the two, even though we are considered one Commerce City. Road management was discussed as far as, obviously the issues that we have on the roads. Less strict HOAs is something that they had mentioned. They also mentioned taxes. Our taxes are pretty high. One thing that really stood out to me was accountability of leadership. Accountability of leadership means not just for us on the dais, but those who work within city government is something that they had mentioned. Of course, diversity of businesses, they mentioned more grocery stores, wanting a shopping center. The water and air quality was another thing that they mentioned, which was quite well received, and you can probably guess that was Sariana from the Youth Commission. And of course, access to medical and other services, something with regards to affordability in that aspect. Pardon me 1 second. So November 11th, I know we don't have a meeting that day. It's Veterans Day. Veterans Day is a federal holiday in the United States observed annually on November 11th. It's a day dedicated to honoring military veterans who have served in the United States Armed Forces. Veterans Day is a day of reflection, gratitude, and respect for those who have served, ensuring their contributions to the nation's security and freedom are remembered and appreciated. Hence the reason why we have the opportunity to vote and defend democracy, because that's something our military has done for years and years, way before my time, and of course into the future. One thing I will challenge my fellow military brothers and sisters: when you go out Monday and you receive that free meal, I would ask you to package it up and give it to someone who is less fortunate, someone out on the streets, anybody. It's free meals that you get. You will get all day. I know I'll be one of those as well. That I will be sure to pass out to those that are that are houseless, because we take it for granted. While Veterans Day is about the celebration of those currently living as compared to Memorial Day, I cannot nor will I ever forget those I have lost in my time of service. Air Force Major Phil Ambard, Air Force Senior Airman Michael Snyder, Army Surgeon First Class Joel Bertain, Air Force Airman First Class Elizabeth Jacobson, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Roger Deeds, Navy Petty Officer Danny Dietz, and Air Force Senior Airman Chris Mansfield. If it wasn't for their sacrifices and everything that they have done, a lot of us here today, our democracy could potentially fail. We serve all together for a reason, and I'll tell you that with their sacrifices, they did it for a reason. And that is the reason why, they defended the U.S. Constitution. We uphold democracy. To Councilmember Dukes' point, there's vote. And that is one of the things that we have the ability to do, is we can actually cast a vote. Whether you agree with those that are at the federal level as far as how that vote is counted, think about the local elections. Think about even city council here last year, how votes mattered. Same with the local issues that we have within our city or even just in the state. It matters. I will just say, if you have not thought about voting and you don't want to vote for anybody, hell, write your own name in. Just look at the issues that are amongst the city that you can probably vote, you could vote on. Different propositions, different ordinances, whatever the case may be. With that said, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kim. Appreciate that. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. Just a thank you to Councilmember Kim for bringing up Veterans Day coming up. I wanted to thank Councilmember Kim personally for your time served. My son, my father, any city employees, and for that matter, any of our residents that served. I think it's really important to recognize the fact that they sacrificed their time to make our lives better. So thanks for bringing that up, Councilmember Kim. And please, if you're a veteran, enjoy next Monday.
All right, any other council members have reports? Okay. Yeah, I want to also reach out to all our veterans, those on council who have served our country, served it well. Appreciate that. Without your service, things would be a lot different here in the United States, especially with the fact that we do have democracy and we need to protect our democracy. So I also want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for chairing the meeting last week. I had a meeting out in Cleveland with the International Bridge Tunnel Turnpike with the E470. Let's see, I went to the second annual Boards Commission Appreciation event, which I do appreciate all the volunteers that showed up and participated. And just to hear from our residents how they like serving on those committees and board. They expressed themselves very well. Had a brief conversation with Carl Zimmerman while I was at the Bison Run as well. Had another event that night, and I talked to Nathan with Xcel Energy, and he said he was going to be meeting with the city about our outages in the south, which that was good to hear. He actually came up to me and introduced himself, so that was good to see. Did an interview for a residence for Parks and Recs on Friday. Let's see, met with myself and Councilmember Douglas, Joseph Servo. He's with Mio Pueblo, one of the owners, and he has been having some issues with delivery vehicles going in and out, and come to find out it's a county employee actually was trying to give him a violation, and if he didn't put up a fence on his property. And it's kind of hard to decipher because the sign says 80th and has the Commerce City logo, but going the other way, Oneida didn't have neither Adams County sign logo on it or the city, so it was hard to define whose problem and where does this issue lie and how can we help this business owner out. So I did send an email out to the city manager and to Steve Valdericio, the Adams County Commissioner, to see what we could do about that. I also attended the Day of the Dead on Friday and along going to the Colorado Rapids game. Sorry that the Rapids lost. They played LA Galaxy, which they'll probably take the whole thing. Sunday, daylight savings. I'm so glad we got that extra hour. I don't like that it's dark because it doesn't work well for our younger people going to school or going to school in the morning dark and coming home dark. Let's see. So again, just want to iterate that tomorrow is your last day to cast your vote, whether it's a city issue or a county issue. That's your opportunity to weigh in and actually, because everybody gets one vote. You're a citizen of the United States, and so to make sure when we get to the higher areas of federal or state, if your candidate didn't win, don't take it out on somebody else. Be respectful, and I'll be glad when tomorrow's over. So, Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Kim for his heartfelt words in honoring those who serve us so well by offering to give the ultimate sacrifice, whether that's made or not. You still offered that, and that is to be recognized. I just wanted to thank you for the words that you spoke and to recognize that it meant a lot to every one of us sitting on this dais and in the audience and those who are listening in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, we're going to recess to the URA meeting. City council meeting will reconvene upon conclusion of the NIGID meeting. So I called a URA order special meeting, I called a URA special meeting to order. And ask this city secretary to take a roll call vote, sorry.
Chair Douglas,
Present?
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Commissioner Madera,
Present.
Commissioner Teeter,
Present.
Commissioner Chacon,
Present.
Commissioner Kim,
Here.
Commissioner Dukes,
Present.
Commissioner Ford,
Here.
Commissioner Douglas,
Here.
Commissioner Tedesco, Commissioner Amador, Commissioner Machuga.
Here. Present.
Thank you. Chair Douglas, you have a quorum.
Okay, I need a motion second to excuse members not present. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Thank you. Motion on the floor is to excuse members not present. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes with, what's that, 10 and 2 excused absences, sorry. All right, on to approval of minutes. In a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter. Second. All right. The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And it passes 10 to 2 excused absences. All right, on the public hearings. First public hearing is resolution URA 2024-004-2025 URA budget. Tonight's public hearing was continued from October 21st. I will now reopen the public hearing. Are there any questions for staff? I had a question. The revenue that is received from the property tax under Cronky Sports Entertainment, that goes to our agreement, right? Our AGA, as far as paying back, I can't think of how many millions of dollars in property tax. Could you?
Yes, it goes to help offset the debt service for the 2015 series.
Okay, and what's that amount?
It was to build the stadium. I'm sorry? The amount. The dollar amount?
Yeah,
The
sorry about
total outstanding debt?
Yes, thank you.
I don't know if I have that right in front of me, but I can get that to you.
Okay, appreciate that. And in that process, could you get when that matures as far as the
Yes.
maturity date too?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other council members have questions? All right, need a motion and a second to adopt resolution URA 2024-004. Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Motion on the floor is to adopt resolution URA 2024-004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Passes 10 with 2 excused absences. Okay, we're in adjourn ECAGID meeting. See no further business. Okay, we'll adjourn ECAGID meeting. Call the ECAGID meeting to order. We'll now ask the secretary, take a roll call vote, please.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble, Board Member Madera,
Present.
Board Member Teeter,
Present.
Board Member Chacon,
Present.
Board Member Kim,
Here.
Board Member Dukes,
Here.
Board Member Ford, Board Member Douglas.
Here.
Chair Douglas, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion second to excuse members not present. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Okay.
Chair Douglas, everybody's here for the ECAGID meeting.
Oh, that was URA. I'm sorry.
That's correct, sir.
I apologize. I'm sorry, council. Okay, approve of the minutes. In a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Dukes.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes, I'm sorry, all those opposed say nay. Okay, that passes 9 yeses unanimously. All right. Okay, on the public hearings, resolution ECAGID 24-004-2025 ECAGID budget. Tonight's public hearing was continued from October 21st. We'll now reopen the public hearing. Are there any questions for staff? I have a question. What's the mill levy rate for this ECAGID budget?
$27 for the ECAGID.
Okay, the previous was voted to do a temporary down to 10 mils, is that correct?
That was the NIGID. We reduced from 14 to 8.
Oh, no, this is commercial for E470 commercial, GID.
In previous years, we did lower the mill levy to kind of jumpstart development, and there was a period of years where it ramped back up. It is now back at the original intended 27 mills.
Okay, all right, appreciate that. And what do we anticipate the revenue will be generated off that?
The ECAGID currently has a bank loan that is being serviced, and a large part of the revenue is currently going to pay for that. It's only recently that that revenue has really started
Sure.
to ramp up based on development
Okay.
when that's unfolded.
And what is that bank loan?
For improvements in the Third Creek Metropolitan District per the agreement that the ECAGID and the ERAGID entered.
And does that have, has a ceiling of about $2 billion, is that right?
It's 13.6 million for the GIDs in total.
Okay. But there's a limit that they can go up to 2 billion. above
Oh,
that, right?
yes, for total debt authorization, yes.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions? Okay, I need a motion second to adopt resolution ECAGID 24-004. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. All right, is there any discussion? The motion on the floor is to adopt resolution ECAGID 24-004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, that passes 9 unanimously votes. Okay, I'm going to adjourn to the ERAGID meeting. See no further business. I call the ERAGID meeting to order. And ask the secretary to take a roll call vote, please.
Chair Douglas.
Present.
Vice Chair Noble. Present. Board Member Madera.
Here.
Board Member Teeter.
Present.
Board Member Chacon.
Present.
Board Member Kim.
Here.
Board Member Dukes.
Present.
Board Member Ford. Here. Board Member Douglas.
Here.
Chair Douglas, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. All right, approval of the minutes. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. That passes 9 yeses unanimously. All right, public hearing. Resolution ERAGID 24-001. That's 2025 ERAGID budget. Tonight's public hearing was continued from October 21st. I will now reopen the public hearing. Are there any questions for staff? I have a question on this too. What's the mill levy for the ERAGID?
$30 million.
30 mils. And are there any current loans on this, or is that conjunction with the?
In conjunction with the agreement with the ECAGID, the ERA is contributing to that same agreement
Okay.
for the Metropolitan District improvements.
Is there a loan, is that loan also part of the 13 million?
Yes,
Okay.
jointly with the, both the ECA and the ERA, it's 13.6 million.
Okay. And then it has a maximum debt amount of $2 billion, right?
Of total debt authorization, correct?
Okay, appreciate that.
Mhm.
All right, I need a motion and a second to adopt resolution ERAGID. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Motion on the floor is to adopt resolution ERAGID 24-001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Passes 9-0 unanimously. Okay. Adjourn to NIGID, sorry, adjourn to the NIGID meeting. Seeing there's no further business. Okay, I call the NIGID meeting to order. I'll ask the, Secretary to roll call vote.
Chair Douglas.
Present.
Vice Chair Noble. Board Member Madera. Board Member Teeter.
Here.
Board Member Chacon.
Present.
Board Member Kim.
Present.
Board Member Dukes.
Here.
Board Member Ford.
Here.
Board Member Douglas.
Here.
Chair Douglas, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion, Need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passed unanimously, 9 yeses. All right, public hearing. Resolution NIGID 2024-001-2025, NIGID budget. Tonight's public hearing was continued from October 21st. I will now reopen the public hearing. Are there any questions for staff? Okay, same question. What's the mill levy rate for this one as well? I mean, I know what it is, but
It was lowered to 8 mils last year for the 2024 budget and is remaining at 8 mils.
okay. Is that a statutory, was that lowered for so many years or?
That's the level needed to maintain remaining debt obligations within the NIGID, and we'll continue to monitor that each year and potentially lower again in the future as that maturity becomes closer, so that we don't overcollect property tax to maintain that debt service obligation.
Okay, and what's the maturity date on that?
2036.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I just wanted to say that the way you expressed that reminded me that there's a big difference between a metro district and a government improvement district. So thank you for expressing how this will actually be retired one day and you don't have to raise the mill levy. And in fact, it's only 8. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other council members? Okay, I need a motion second to adopt resolution NIGID 2024-001. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. Okay, is there any discussion? Motion on the floor is to adopt resolution NIGID 2024-001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Passes 9 yeses unanimously. All right, we'll adjourn to city council regular meeting. And reconvene the city council regular meeting. We'll now call the city council regular meeting back to order. All right, Councilmember Kim, did you have something?
Thank you, Mayor. So what I wanted to bring up really quick, because I know we are about to request a motion, a second to enter executive session, but is it potential, the fact that we may have no further business, that we can request a motion to adjourn immediately after the executive session?
No, we may have to come back and,
Oh, thank
Take
you.
a-
Yes,
adopt a-
nope, you're right. I caught myself on that. I just realized that after the fact.
it's all right.
Thank you.
Don't get too happy now. It's only 8:39 now. Okay. All right, executive session. A motion second to enter executive sessions. City council pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4F and I for discussion of personal matters specific to conduct the yearly performance evaluation to establish 2025 performance standards of the city manager. Formal action by the city council following the executive session is anticipated and will occur in open session. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ford?
No discussion, prepared to make a motion.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Ford?
So move.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to enter an executive session. City Council pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4F and I for the discussion of personal matters specifically to conduct the yearly performance evaluation to establish 2025 performance standards of the city manager. Formal action by the City Council following executive sessions anticipated will occur in open session. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Completely forgot.
It's all right.
Potentially adopt.
All right, that passes unanimously, 9 yeses. I will now enter into executive session. Council will return from the executive session, take action. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up. The executive session is estimated to last approximately 1.5 hours. Upon returning from executive session, City Council, okay, forget it. All right.
And Councilmember Chacon, you'll receive your executive session link here in just one moment.
Are we coming back?
Just only extending it, not using it. All right. We're back for Councilmember Ford, but we can go ahead and move back. We're going to, looking at making a motion to extend the meeting by a half hour. Oh, there, I didn't see it. Oh, yeah. Extending the meeting to a half hour. That's the motion. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved?
Okay. Any discussion? Say, to extend the meeting by a half hour.
Don't we need a second?
Jeez, Mayor Pro Tem seconded.
So are you the mover, Mayor
I made the
Douglas?
motion,
Okay.
yeah.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote? Was that hand raise a yes?
That was from Jason.
Yes, sorry, I lost my audio for you for a minute, but yes.
That's okay. Thank you so much. And Councilmember Ford? Thank you.
Okay, unanimously 9 votes. Let's look.
So you're gonna read this with this language because you guys did approve the resolution with the increase in salary.
Talking about the amount, does it? They don't say the amount.
No.
Okay.
No, he's gonna read it in the resolution.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
it'll be clarified. You don't
All
have
right.
to say it.
Ready? 7 minutes. Ready? All right, we're back. Okay, City Council has returned from executive session and a motion second to adopt Resolution 2024-143, adopting 2025 performance standard and approving a salary increase for the city manager. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
We have first and a second. Any discussion? And a motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2024-143. Because this resolution was not included in the agenda packet, I will ask the clerk to read the resolution in full and then take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2024-143, a resolution adopting 2025 performance standards and approving a salary increase for City Manager Jason Rogers, whereas the City Council adopted Resolution 2022-115, appointing Jason Rogers to the position of City Manager, effective December 13th, 2022, and memorialized said employment by the employment agreement appointing a City Manager for the City of Commerce City, Colorado, the agreement. Whereas following the 2023 annual evaluation of the city manager, the city council adopted resolution 2023-133 on November 13th, 2023, approving the city manager's base salary to $265,000. Whereas the city council completed the city manager's 2024 performance evaluation and agrees to approve an increase in his annual base salary in the amount of $38,500 for a new total annual base salary of $303,500. And whereas the city council and the city manager have come to an agreement on the city manager's 2025 performance standards, which are attached hereto and labeled as Exhibit A. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of Commerce City, Colorado as follows. Section 1, findings. The recitals to this resolution are incorporated as findings of the City Council. This resolution is found to be necessary for the preservation of public health, safety, and welfare, and in the public interest. Section 2, salary increase. The City Council hereby approves an increase in the city manager's annual base salary in the amount of $38,500 for a new total annual base salary of $303,500, which shall be effective November 4th, 2024. Section 3, 2025 performance standards. The city manager's performance standards for the 2025 evaluation period are hereby agreed upon and attached as Exhibit A. Resolved and passed this 4th day of November 2024. City of Commerce City, Colorado, Steve J. Douglas, Mayor. Attest, Dylan A. Gibson, City Clerk. Exhibit A, City Manager's 2025 performance standards and metrics. Infrastructure and transportation. Develop and maintain public infrastructure, facilities, and transportation to improve community appearance and encourage continued development. Improve pedestrian and bike safety on city trails and sidewalks and at-grade crossings and intersections through education, design, and repairs. Metrics. Present the transportation master plan for adoption to City Council. Present the LDC modernization for adoption to City Council. Begin construction of sidewalk improvements identified in the Year 1 ACT program. Implement a CIP dashboard or similar system to enhance transparency on projects for the community. Economic development. Promote a balanced, thriving, and inclusive city economy that cultivates, attracts, and retains businesses. Align target industry and site selection opportunities with objectives and economic development strategic plan. Expand collaboration with employers and training providers based on workforce development recommendations to build a pipeline of talent to fuel future business growth and business attraction. Metrics. Increase the number of businesses engaged by 20% over the 2024 engagement metrics. Achieve permit and development review times for 80% of non-residential development projects. Attend 5 trade shows for targeted industries identified within the economic development strategic plan that lead to 5 new businesses engagement/leads. Conduct a survey of our business community to assess business satisfaction with city services and identify areas for improvement. Establish a retail leakage dashboard that will help create a leakage index to determine how well the needs of local residents are being met and measure the difference between estimated and potential retail sales. Public health and safety. Protect resident health, safety, and education by promoting public safety, health, environmental health, and sustainability. Improve traffic, pedestrian, and community safety through enforcement, education, and environmental design. Metrics. Complete the full implementation of the Draft 1 system that will increase community engagement time by 20% over 2024 estimates. Utilize Power Engage to conduct a community survey to assess safety and fear of crime and achieve 80% success rate of keeping crime victims notified of all updates to their cases. Implement Drone as a first responder program to improve response times for priority 1, 2, 3, and 9 calls over 2024 estimates. Write and implement a K-9 unit policy, execute policy, and place one K-9 in service. Leverage computer-aided dispatch CAD and RMS systems to establish a baseline and provide annual data of felony offenses, felony clearance rates, priority 1, 2, 3, and 9 response times, fatalities, motor vehicle thefts, and burglaries. Complete installation of the flock camera system. Collaborate with human resources to conduct a confidential stay survey that will identify key factors in retaining police staff. Collaborate with community well-being to establish and implement a co-responder program. Update the traffic calming policy to adhere to current local/national engineering standards. Create an awareness campaign for best sustainability practices in the city. Housing. Address the full spectrum of housing needs. Encourage sustainable development and protect residents through enhanced oversight and balanced residential growth. Expand affordable and attainable housing opportunities across city through data-driven policies by identifying and addressing data gaps. Metrics. Complete and present a housing assessment study to council. Expend 50% of ARPA Emergency Rental Assistance Program funds. Engage with 3 developers regarding providing affordable housing to meet Prop 123 metrics. City unity and wellness. Promote city unity and support our diverse community by encouraging community connectivity, fostering civic pride, and improving resident health and wellness. Strengthening city engagement with the community by expanding relationships with community groups and organizations. Beautify the city's physical space and encourage community pride through MyC3, Advancing Commerce City Together Act, and other strategies. Metrics. Complete the inaugural MyC3 Day of Service. Implement 3 components from the adopted Activate Act program appropriation that benefits the communities. Plan and implement 2 community forums, one in the core city and one in the northern range, to gather community feedback on city priorities. Plan and implement 1 new community event in partnership with a community partner. High-performing government. Provide innovative, responsive, and transparent services to the community through strong stewardship of public funds, hiring and retaining top talent, and supporting fiscal and human resource management through technology. Simplify processes and workforce development programs. Strengthen the city's fiscal health and long-range financial planning to meet current and future needs. Increase transparency of city purposes, processes, and projects through consistent and timely communication, electronic dashboards, and all ages civic engagement opportunities. Metrics. Apply for 10 new government grants focusing on transportation, air quality, environmental justice, and housing that benefit the community, and present a biannual status and implement reports to council. Expend $1 million in funds received to increase grant staffing in support of contracted grants consultants by December 31st, 2025. Provide a quarterly update on the spend rate of the grants consultants to City Council. Create a customer service vision to deliver customer service with a focus on solution and improve Access C3 response rates within the first 48 hours to 80%. Implement a quarterly financial report to present to council. Develop and implement a new fully accessible city website. Develop and complete a long-range financial planning process that evaluates the short and long-term fiscal health of the city. Overall leadership. The city manager provides support, direction, and visionary leadership to city staff and requires staff to uphold the values of integrity, collaboration, innovation, respect, and excellence in support of the community. Advance and advocate for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Create a formal succession and workforce planning policy and program. Metrics. Conduct a required training for all staff regarding the definitions and city expectations of respecting diversity, equity, inclusion in the workplace. Write a citywide succession and workforce planning policy and procedure to implement a formal succession planning program. Conduct a stay survey of all current employees to gather baseline metrics regarding what motivates staff to remain with the city, employee confidence and leadership, and their perception of opportunities for professional development. Provide training for all employees serving on interview panels that address the value of a diverse workforce and implicit bias awareness in hiring processes. Create and implement a supervisor certification track within the city's learning and development program. Conduct an annual 360-degree feedback survey of council members and the leadership team. Maintain a positive relationship with council as shown by acceptable ratings on perception questions within the 360-degree feedback survey as aligned within the council policies. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble and Councilmember Dukes.
Dang, I got
I have a discussion question. Mayor, I know we're at time, but in the resolution, you mentioned total, you said base annual salary, but I believe should have been total compensation.
I just read what the resolution that was given to me.
So I don't know if we need clarification. I don't know how to go about that, frankly.
Well, he said it based, but then he said it increased to 305. He said the complete thing.
Okay.
Yeah. You were just saying it was from 265 and then was an increase.
Just clarification there.
Hi, that is his base salary. For example, car allowance and
It's
benefits
included.
and things like that are separate.
So his new base salary is 303.5.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Your vote should be open, Councilmember Dukes. Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 abstained. All right. Seeing no further business, we're adjourned.
Have a good evening.
Here we are.
It's not in Robert's rules. I think it's in